And that's being fixed as we speak. And today's stream is a little different from previous streams. We normally stream in the mornings around 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Due to some scheduling, we had to change that for today only to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for today. I'm just going to update our channel to reflect creative. Perfect. Great, we're all set. So welcome to Cook for Fun TV. Today's menu is turkey pie and bulgolgi. So let's get started. We're actually going to use leftover turkey that was baked last week. We're going to use the natural turkey juices to create the gravy and the flavoring for the filling. Cut up some leftover turkey meat and add vegetables to enhance the filling and some cream. And we're going to use a basic crust recipe. So for the filling, I have a Ziploc bag with some turkey gravy, some natural turkey gravy, nothing added to it. Simply the seasonings from the turkey. And previously the turkey was seasoned with some salt, pepper, and a bit of garlic powder. And the turkey was stuffed with celery, onions, and carrots, so a very basic flavoring. But the turkey naturally has a lot of flavors in its own juices. So that's going to go into the turkey pie. And I had this frozen. I'm going to simply reheat it over the stove. And we posted a recipe on our channel, and that could also be accessed by hitting the command exclamation recipe. And we're not following that recipe 100%. We're using it as guidance. So that recipe actually calls for adding chicken broth, but we have natural turkey juice from the baked turkey itself. That was left over at the bottom of the pan with the fat to remove the following morning, and we're using that in place of boxed chicken broth. Great. So we have our turkey juice simmering on the pan, and we're going to just take out the vegetables that are going to be included in the filling. We have frozen peas, frozen corn, we have carrots, celery, and if we need any extra thickening for the filling, we're going to use a bit of leftover mashed potato. So this is a very good recipe for using up leftovers or giving new life to leftover foods that you have in your kitchen. And the recipe posted is for 4 pies. We're making 2 pies. So we're going to use less than what the recipe calls for, and the recipe is for guidance only. I'm going to take approximately 3/4 cups of frozen peas. Good morning, Pea Sarah. Welcome back to our Twitch channel. Today we're streaming live on both Twitch and YouTube. And you're the first viewer joining us today in chat, so welcome. And I forgot to ask you yesterday, how is your mouth feeling after your dental visit that you had last week? It's been about a week, so I hope that you're feeling better. I have the fan on in the background, so I hope that it's not too loud, and I hope that you can still hear me. I remember yesterday when my fan was on, I was shouting. People were telling me that I was shouting, so I'm hoping to fix that problem. And we're adding approximately 3/4 cups of frozen corn. Great, so it's been 5 days, so 5 days. And did you get any time off from work or school to rest? What have you been eating? It must be hard. When I had my surgery a while ago, quite a while ago, I was living off of porridge, rice porridge. Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad that you're back to normal and okay, you've been off for a week. That's good. Right. It's probably a little bit sore, but 1 week, 1 week should help. Right. I'm just putting these frozen corn and peas right into the gravy. And we're going to chop up 1 carrot and a celery rib. And can you hear me okay? Sometimes I worry about shouting. Okay, thank you. Oh, you're addicted to stir fries. Okay. What kind of stir fries have you been making? What ingredients and what types of sauces to go with them? You mentioned too yesterday that you're addicted to, or you're getting really used to spicy food. Stir fries are fun. You can put pretty much any ingredients that you like in it and combine it. You can really customize it. Good morning, Death Eater. Oh, sorry, I'm so used to saying good morning because the shows are normally in the morning. Welcome back to our Twitch stream, Death Eater. And you didn't miss too much, don't worry. How's your day been so far? It's evening in England and it's afternoon in North America. Oh, wow. So salmon stir fry. So salmon doesn't take very long to cook. So Death Eater, you're a fan of salmon. Our fellow viewer, fellow moderator, Pisara, does stir fry with salmon. So that's an idea for your salmon. I personally find cooking with salmon tricky because it cooks so quickly that some of your ingredients have to be prepared earlier because the salmon doesn't take long at all. So that's interesting. I haven't tried salmon stir fry. I would imagine that would have to be done separately and then combined with your vegetables, or you add that in last, the salmon. But salmon cooks really, really quickly. Good afternoon, OMG Pete. Thank you for tuning into our Twitch channel again. How's your morning been? And I think you're also tuning in from the US. I'm studying my notes, so I hope I got that right. Pacer, I agree. Salmon is lovely and expensive. It hasn't been featured on the show. We tend to cook with ingredients that are on sale, that we've stocked up on. For yesterday's menudo with the tripe and pork hock, that we had to make a special trip for that because it's not one of the common ingredients that we have here. Yeah. But we're always happy to do that with a bit of planning. Wow, crispy skin salmon. I haven't tried that personally. I've seen it on TV. I've seen it on MasterChef. I think it's done on a pan to get it crispy with just the rendering heat to cook the actual meat itself. It really doesn't take that long to cook, to change that red salmon into a pink salmon or the pink salmon into a baby pink salmon. It cooks really, really quickly, but that would be fun to try, a crispy skin one. If you do try it, let me know. I'll also do some research too into that. I grew up eating salmon that's baked or steamed. Steamed salmon is very common in the Asian cuisine, and nothing happens to the skin really. The skin just sort of you don't eat it. It just sort of just turns soft and you take it away. But the skin is actually nutritious. The skin contains more of the fat under it, the really good collagen that's good for you, that the pork hock also has. So making the skin crispy and being able to eat it is a good way to not waste any of it, and it makes it fun. You've got your crispy skin and your soft texture of the meat. So that's a really, really good idea. Maybe we'll try that out. We'll put that on the poll. So the next poll, the results of the next poll is to make Thai food. So I'll put salmon there and see how the voting goes. You know what? After trying out different foods, I'm less intimidated with cooking. I'm still intimidated with working with dough because I just didn't grow up working with it, but I think I've gotten making pie crust down. Yesterday's roti that was really, really hard. And I had after the stream yesterday, my husband gave me a personal lesson on how to make the dough nice and soft. He said, don't be afraid of just adding tons of water and adjusting more flour as you go. I thought yesterday took a bit too long, and I was a bit embarrassed about that. But I'd like to give that crispy skin salmon a try. It sounds good, and it's healthier to be eating the skin as well. So I'll give that a try. I think the chefs make it look easy on TV, but I don't think it can be that bad. I'm more familiar with working with foods on the stove rather than in the oven, where you require scientific knowledge of how the foods bake together, about how much time to apply. But with stovetop cooking, you can see the results and you can tweak it as you go. So I'm less intimidated with that. So I'd love to give that a try, the crispy skin salmon. So salmon in Canada, I don't buy it a lot. So sometimes my husband brings home filleted salmon with all the bones removed. A pack, I'm going to guess that it's just under 1 pound, for close to around $9 Canadian, which is around $8 US. So just under a pound for $8 US. And that could be on sale as well. Next week, Cook for Fun is moving to another location, a new home, so a different kitchen. We're going to be in an area with a lot of ethnic supermarkets, and the fish is live, and you tell the fishmonger to catch you one, to scoop out one from the tank. That is, you can say a small one, a medium one, or a large one, and it's swimming, and it's actually mongered right in front of you. You know, it's cruel. They shock it with a mallet, and then they scale it for you right away, so that it's fresh. And we'll have access to really good fish once we move there, and it would be a lot of fun to do a crispy skin salmon with a fresh fish. We've tried making what's that called? Where you use the lemon juice. I can't believe I don't know the name of that. Ceviche. So we've used a fresh fish for making ceviche before, but I'm always a little iffy about eating raw meat that I prepared rather than one that a restaurant prepared, because I'm just not used to it, and I don't know if I'm doing the right things to make sure it doesn't have anything in it that could cause food poisoning. Winston is around. He's actually been running around here. I'll make sure to get him back. We've got Winston's treats here. These are his fish treats. Yeah, fish treats for dogs. So we'll make sure he comes back and says hi to everyone. Wow. So I've never tried salmon with spaghetti bolognese. Okay. Yeah, salmon isn't very affordable. So I'm going to put these vegetables into our turkey juice. I hear Winston, he's definitely around. Let's see if I'll get him to come over. if he sees that I'm trying to pick him up, he he runs away from the treat because he knows that I'm trying to bargain with him. If he thinks I'm giving him a treat for the sake of giving him a treat, then I could try to pick him up. So we'll see how good I do with that. Where are you? We're not cooking anything that's too warm right now. So here's Winston. He says hi. We had some viewers who were asking about you, so that's why you're here. He doesn't understand two-dimensional interaction. Even when we use Skype, he doesn't really recognize people, and he definitely doesn't recognize lines and comments without seeing anything. So he's looking at the food because he can smell the turkey. He can smell the turkey flavoring on the carrots that are on the cutting board. So Peace, I actually don't see the fishmongering happening. The person steps away, but if I were to like peek, I could actually watch it happen. But I don't do that. Song request. Oh, wow. Okay. Song request. Okay, you can try. I've never tried this feature ever on any stream, so if it works, this would be a debut. This would be a song debut for the stream, and that's quite fitting, Marie Digby. So Death Eater likes to call me Marie, and Marie Digby is a YouTube celebrity, a singer-songwriter who got famous for her version of the song Umbrella, her acoustic version of the song Umbrella by Rihanna. And then and prior to that, she was signed by Disney. She is half Japanese and half Scottish. And I was given the name yesterday, Madame C. Okay, so we'll let him down. I'll wash my hands and carry on. Here you go. Okay. Hello, Chicken Wing 1993. Thank you for tuning into our Twitch stream. Please let us know what country you're tuning in from. We had representation from the US and England. We love our dog here. Winston is the avatar and mascot for Cook for Fun. And yesterday, Cook for Fun moderator submitted permission to get approval for a Winston emote. So it's a picture of Winston and also a cleaver emote, since it's sort of signature to the stream. Yeah. So I'm cutting up some of the leftover carrot and onion that were cooked when we baked turkey last week. We didn't feature a stream on that because turkey takes a very long time to bake, and it's not that interesting. We only put salt, pepper, and garlic powder on the turkey and stuffed it with carrot, onion, and celery. So that's why we didn't make it a stream, but we're making turkey pie instead. Good afternoon, SIBO3E. Welcome back to our Twitch channel. Okay, so Chicken Wing is from the UK. One more carrot. So how is everyone's weekend going? Yeah. So our BBTV emotes are still pending approval. Hopefully we'll get the approval soon. We're excited about having them. Something to add to the channel. A couple of custom features, and a Winston emote, and also a Cleaver emote. Those are quite unique. Okay. So we're using leftovers to make the filling for the turkey pie, and I'm simply heating up turkey juice that was left at the bottom of the pan, the turkey baking pan, and to thicken the gravy, I'm using mashed potato. I'm going to use mashed potato. Yeah, I'm just going to. You know what, I can just stick it right in there, just a bit of mashed potato to thicken it up. Potato is a natural thickener. And we know that potato tastes good with turkey, so we're gonna go ahead and just add that to it. Oh no, why are you in pain, Sibo? Wow, we've had like viewers comments lately. Peacefra just is recovering from her dental surgery, and yesterday someone mentioned about having food poisoning at taco time, so hope everyone is getting better. And I'm going to add some 35% cream to the filling. You can also add milk as well. Oh, I didn't mean that. I really didn't make your pain worse. Hope some cooking will cheer you up. And hope that the community in the chat room will cheer you up as well. Good afternoon, Mary Contrary. Happy Sunday, and nice to see you again in our Twitch stream. Well, thank you very much, Mary Contrary. We're just simmering our filling for the turkey pie using leftovers. We're very practical in the Cook for Fun kitchen. We like to use up our leftovers. We like to use ingredients that are common, that people have. We like to keep it real. So we have the turkey juice that was simply at the bottom of the turkey pan of leftover turkey that we made last week, simmering, with some frozen peas, frozen carrots, frozen corn, some carrot, celery, and we're thickening it with mashed potato rather than flour because potato is a natural thickening agent. We'll let our chunk of frozen mashed potato melt to thicken the gravy, and we will cut up some turkey. If you ever have soup that contains potato in it and you keep reheating your soup over and over again, the potatoes eventually melt. They melt and they thicken your soup. That's how I realized that potato is a natural thickening agent. I also read up on how to thicken curry, and one technique is to use potato. But then I find that your curry starts tasting more like potato. So I rather not have a runny curry sauce to begin with and to use less milk. So I was previously experimenting with how to thicken curry, and that's where I read online that potato is a thickening agent, but I used to notice that potato would melt in soup. And we happen to have mashed potato in the freezer, so we're adding that to the turkey filling, and I'm just cutting up a very large turkey breast for the pie. I'm going to do that and also cut up a turkey leg, so we have a bit of white meat and dark meat. So SIBO 3E, I hope you do feel better. I didn't mean anything by asking, but only good intentions to offer some support. So do you guys like turkey? And if you do you prefer the white meat or the dark meat? What's your meat of choice when there's a turkey dinner served for your special occasion or any occasion? I like the dark meat. I like the juicy meat. I like the meat close to the bone. That's my favorite. So in using this turkey breast, I'm gonna make sure that our gravy is nice and flavorful. And I'm gonna cut up the meat small so that it's nicely coated with some juicy graviness, if that's a word. Okay. And this is a lot of turkey, but I'll keep cutting it up. I might not need to use some of this leg, but I do like using as much leftovers as I can. Ah. Is it common to have turkey in England during Christmas or Thanksgiving? What are some traditional dishes that are served during these occasions in the UK or England? Turkey is very common in North America during Thanksgiving and Christmas. It's common in my husband's family on my parent-in-law's side. They have to have it every Thanksgiving and every Christmas. On my parents' side, the Lunar New Year is a bigger deal than Christmas and Thanksgiving. And for Christmas and Thanksgiving, it's really a time to get together, and the actual food doesn't really matter. Something nice is prepared, and it really doesn't matter exactly what's prepared. And there isn't a tradition of preparing the same dishes every year. Okay. And what is Pancake Day? Is that actually a named day in the UK? And I'm putting the turkey into the filling mix. I'm just going to check that it's nice and thick. So I'll let you see that in the little camera. It's got the texture of chowder. It isn't very thick yet, so I can let it simmer longer to reduce. Okay. But I'll add the turkey in to see if it gets less runny after the turkey's added. I'm going to test it. Shrove Tuesday, first day of Lent, or something like that. Okay, Shrove Tuesday. I'm going to look that up. And what kind of pancakes do you make for Shrove Tuesday, or the first day of Lent? I'm going to look that up. Shrove Tuesday and first day of Lent. These aren't terms that I'm not familiar with, but I'd like to learn. And if they're associated with food, that makes it more fun. We'll try our mixture. Sweet pancakes, okay. mix that more and try another sample. Wow, there's lemon and sugar in it. Okay. I haven't heard about this version of pancakes with lemon and sugar. So the batter actually contains lemon juice or lemon zest or lemon rind. It's definitely very good and meaty. I'll show that to you. Okay. I can't seem to, right there, like that. It's very, very meaty. I think I want to add more peas to it. Peas and corn. And some onion. Okay. Oh. Thank you for sharing all that, Peacer. I'm learning so much about the foods that you have in the UK. I haven't heard of Shrove Tuesday, or is it Guy Fawkes or Guy Fawkes night? Honey chocolate. Wow, okay. I've definitely not heard of pancake with lemon. Hi, All-in-One Tool. Welcome back to our Twitch stream. Pancakes with Nutella. My husband lives off Nutella when he's hungry and there isn't any food cooking in here, which happens sometimes. He takes out his jar of Nutella and spreads it on bread and eats it. I'm going to look that up. Guy Fawkes night. Yeah. I like honey on a lot of things too, and I haven't tried it on pancake. Canada's very known for its maple syrup, so we use that. But I can see why you're using honey. It's a great. It's like a syrup. Honey, in many ways, is like a syrup, and anything sweet and syrupy is always very nice on cake or pancakes. Shrove Tuesday. Okay. Okay. Jams. I guess you can see my aunt-in-law, so my mother-in-law's sister makes her own blueberry jam. They pick wild blueberries. They actually have a special bell to detract the bears away from the berry bushes. They have a tradition of going berry picking every year. They pick wild blueberries, they freeze them, and they make lots of jam with them, and it's really, really good. And we put it on our pancakes. Mary Contrary, do you make your own homemade blueberry syrup? So is that like a fusion of jam and syrup? Okay. So I'm adding more vegetables to the filling because that was a really large turkey breast that I cut up. And I like my filling balanced. I like it to be balanced with with a good portion of vegetables as well. And especially since breast meat could be dry, I like to ensure that there's enough flavors to balance that out. So I will be adding some milk. I finished our carton of cream. Wow. That sounds like a lot of fun, to pick your own fruit and make jam. And I'm going to add some milk. And here's our Canadian milk from bags. And a bit more mash. Mary Contrary, what state are you in, or where do you get to pick fruits, and what kind of fruits do you pick? I was once in California. I was in a city called Brentwood, and I went peach picking, and that was a lot of fun. Good afternoon, Nunez Benjamin. Welcome back to our Twitch show. Okay, Maryland. There are so many states, and they're all different as well. Different food cultures. different topography, different weather. Oh, hello, Wicked Fairy. Welcome to Cook for Fun channel. Please let us know what country you're tuning in from, Wicked Fairy. Thank you so much for the follow. I have to look over. Jenny, thank you so much. And please let us know what country you're tuning in from. Okay, so we have quite a lot of viewers from the US. Yeah. Delaware is very famous for being a place where people incorporate companies. A lot of contracts say governed in Delaware or governed in New York. Oh, okay. And I'm using mashed potato as a thickening agent for our turkey pie filling. Yeah. I could use flour or cornstarch, but we have mashed potato, and potato goes really well with turkey. So I'm keeping it natural. And I did want to add more peas and corn to it, as we have a lot of turkey in there. Oh. I think every state and every place has their own unique features, and sometimes you have to leave it to realize that you have everything you need in your own backyard. Okay. So I think that we have a viewer here from North Carolina, and who's one of our moderators, Death Eater, and Jenny's from South Carolina, and you're living in Dallas, Oregon. And we're broadcasting live from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. And I enjoy learning about the different places and the different foods. Okay. Hi again, Death Eater. Ah, there's crabs. Mmm. And so I'm taking this off the stove because the filling has to cool before we add it to the pie. But I like the look of that. I'm glad I added more vegetables. I like that. I like color. I like that there's the filling is dotted with orange carrots, green peas, yellow corn. The onions are invisible. They become transparent. And the mashed potatoes help to thicken it. And I didn't even add any flour to it. So I'm going to give that a little taste. She crabs soup. And are these small crabs or big crabs? It's good. Okay. The leftover turkey juice from the turkey pan did have a lot of flavoring, including salt, pepper, and garlic powder, but for good measure, we're gonna add a bit more pepper. Overfishing of she crabs. So we have a few streamers in this chat. Mary Contrary is an artist. And Wicked Fairy is also a fellow cooking streamer. Yeah, I saw your Oreo cookie making stream a while back. Okay, salt. Okay. So you made your Oreo cookies again. Give us a taste. Good. Okay. So I'm going to let that cool down. I can put it at the back, actually. Okay. Now I'm going to do the pastry for the turkey pie crust. Ah, okay. So we have quite a few food enthusiasts here. So this is my first time making turkey pie, but we had so much success with the crust recipe that we used over the last couple weeks. Last week we made apple pie, and the week before that we made a Swiss nut tart. The crust was perfect, and we figured that just by changing up the filling, we can make really good pie using this crust recipe. Well, thank you. When you have the chance, you might be able to switch up your countertop as well. Home improvements is a gradual process. Every year, you add a little something new to your home. Yeah, but anything you want, you can make it happen with just by setting some milestones. But thank you. Yeah, we are actually moving to another kitchen after this stream. We're moving locations, so the surroundings will look different. Well, Wicked Fairy, you could look for a place that you like next. You're not committed to your contract. After it ends, you get to go to a different location. We're actually not moving today. We move next week, and depending on how our move goes, we might have to take a break next week, but we'll see. We try not to. We try to keep the streams going, but we will be hiring a moving truck, and there will be lots of heavy lifting going on. So we'll try our best. I didn't want to say anything because I try not to miss a show. Okay, no problem, Death Eater. We're very happy to have your help as a moderator whenever you can make it. Yeah. Thank you, Pisura. Okay. So I doubled the recipe that I put online, and I have here 4 cups of all-purpose flour, 300 grams of butter, which is 3/4 times 2, 1.5 cups of butter, and 2 teaspoons of salt. And we're going to cut the butter while in the flour, and do that continuously until we get a nice crumbly dough. Yes, Wicked Fairy, I don't like missing a stream. They're just too much fun. It's one of the highlights of my life. For sure. So many things about the stream make me happy. I only started this in December 11th to be exact. So, and next Saturday, I think next Saturday will be the 2-month anniversary of this channel. And every week's been a lot of fun. Yeah. And cricket flour. I haven't heard of cricket flour. Is that a type of flour used for baking or making pasta? Cricket flour. So I'm baking in the company of a baker, of an avid baker at Wicked Fairy. Wicked Fairy, right? Okay, you're traveling. Well, have a good trip and safe travels. Where are you traveling to, if you want to share? Traveling's always exciting, whether it's for any reason. It's always exciting. Be in a different place. Okay, so cricket flour is for baking. What are some common foods that cricket flour are used to bake? Is it for cake? Is it supposed to be a healthy alternative? Is it expensive? That's key in our kitchen. We try to keep things affordable. Try to accommodate, people who are just the average person cooking at home. That's what I am. I'm not a professional cook. I just enjoy cooking very much, and I enjoy cooking at home. So we try to keep things very practical in this kitchen. Oh my gosh, you're racing your dogs. Your dogs? Wow. You're entering them into a dog racing competition. Wow. Wow. So are you normally training with your dogs? Wow. So you know a lot about dog training then. If you can enter them into a competition. Wow. Okay. Okay. Cricket flour is high in protein. So is that an alternative for people who are trying to reduce carb? There's a lot of these diets lately. Okay, so it's a protein-based flour. Interesting. It sounds expensive. Okay. It's made from crushed crickets. Wow, okay. So it's not vegetarian. Wow, okay. I've never seen it before, and I've never heard of anyone using it, but I do hear that insects are high in protein. I hear worms are high in protein. I'm sure if you clean them, they're fine. Just like how we eat our meats. I think in Thailand, Certain bugs are eaten as a snack. Oh, the camera webcam isn't even aiming at the flower. Okay. It's looking a bit dry. I'm definitely going to have to add some water to that. But before I do that, I'll get my hands in there to warm up the little butter chunks. Okay. Ah. Wow, okay. Well, that actually isn't very expensive. 10 pounds for 15 US dollars. It costs more than all-purpose flour, but you know, for people who want to be on a certain diet, that isn't considered a very, very high cost. Have you personally tried cricket flour? And do you like the taste of it? I like the feel of the butter chunks. It's not greasy at all because all of the butter is well coated with flour. Wow. Wow. So the dogs must be on a very, very strict diet and on a strict exercise plan as well. Wow. And where do you go for dog racing? Yeah. Is it a national competition with dogs from all over the US? Wow. I've seen dog shows every year at the Canadian National Exhibition, which is a fair that opens every summer in downtown Toronto. There's always a dog show with dogs doing tricks and also racing, but they're only racing, I guess you can say, in the stage area. They're not racing around a track. It's not like horse racing. They aren't doing laps. They're just racing through obstacles. Ah, okay. You know, Wicked Fairy, I did consider using my cleaver and slicing the butter up and dicing them up, but I didn't want to do that on camera. I think people aren't used to seeing that, so I opted to do it the way I'm doing it, and I took the butter out earlier. The butter has been out since 11 a.m., which is 6 hours ago, if you're in a different time zone. I'm hoping that the butter would be a lot softer and easier to work with, but I definitely considered chopping up the butter. No, I better do the squishy motion to just really break up those butter chunks. And now my fingers are starting to feel greasy because I'm getting into the centers of those butter chunks. And I love saying that. I love saying butter chunks. Butter chunks. And is this a multi-day long competition with various heats for the dogs to enter in? I would imagine if the dogs and trainers are traveling from afar, then there are lots of contestants and probably lots of rounds of competition, lots of heats and relays, and probably not relays. They don't pass the dog bone to the next dog, but okay. cool. Have your dogs been in this competition before? Or is it their first time? Okay, this is really helpful, squishing the butter chunks. Whew. It's a workout too for the fingers. Clubs travel from Florida. Okay, okay. Are your dogs part of a racing club? Oops, I should get my bench scraper out. That would make sense. Wow, okay. What kind of a diet are your dogs on? They must be super fit. So our dog is on a raw diet. We buy it from the pet store. The pet store has a freezer, and we usually buy chicken. And if that's not available, we get blend, or we get whatever is available if that's not available either. But he seems to like chicken the best. I think Blue Nose is one of your dogs. But we had a conversation about this a while back. Many years. It's looking pretty crumbly. I know the light sort of gets, it's very crumbly. Okay, you get a flakier crust if the butter is still cold when you mix it. Okay, good to know. Oh. Thanks for the tip, Wicked Fairy. Low fat, high protein, raw chicken back for dinner every night. Okay. Oh, welcome home, Nunez Benjamin. Thank you for following, Wicked Fairy. Okay. I think I've gotten most of the large butter chunks. I'm definitely going to need liquid in this. It's not going to combine. It's going to... Actually, this is not bad, but a bit of liquid will help. It does look chalky. It definitely needs... It's actually not bad, but I'd like to add a few tablespoons of water. Okay, I could add milk too. Yeah, I'll do that. We're almost done the pack. So yes, in Canada, our standard milk comes in bags. So, okay. Okay. Mix that. Gonna give that a mix, and then I will form it into a dough ball. I can actually put it on the counter right now. So I have 4 cups of flour, so a bit more than 2 tablespoons of liquid, but I try to adjust as I go. I'm reading the discussion about dogs. We have a lot of dog owners here, and Nunez Benjamin has a Chihuahua, I remember. Okay, I'm just cheat and just, okay. Form a ball. Okay. Oh, it is forming. It is packing together, but it's pretty dry. Add a bit more liquid to it. Okay, that should be good enough. Okay, see you later, Mary Contrary. Thanks so much for the follow. Shh, babe, it's okay. Oh, shh, baby, it's okay. Please let us know what country you're tuning in from. We're an international community, and the flags above my head represent the countries of places that viewers have tuned in from since our show started in December. And today we're represented by viewers in England and the US and Canada who are active in the chat. There could be lurkers too who I've never met before. Okay. It's very dry. Okay. Some crumbs are falling. Okay. It's getting there. Okay. Oh, it will, okay. If I overwork the dough, it will become tough and stretchy. Okay. I'll actually take it out and just form it into a ball and put it aside. Thank you for the advice. Oh, it's pretty shaggy. Ah. It's a larger portion that I'm used to working with. I usually work with 2 cups of flour. And we've got 4 here, so actually I can form it into 2 balls since I'm making 2 pies. So I thought that I'll use my regular springform pan. That's easy to work with because the sides can come off easily with this fastener, and I'm going to hack one. I'm using a takeout pan just to show that if you don't have all the equipment, you can sometimes save boxes and aluminum takeout containers that you have that are oven safe for this purpose. No problem, Wicked Fairy. We're a friendly community and we do a lot of sharing on this channel. Thank you, OMG Pete. Thanks for the encouragement. So I'm going to form 2 balls, one for each pie. So I'd like to show people that there's always an alternative, or you can always find a way to hack something when you don't have everything that the recipe calls for. You can't always do that, but sometimes with a bit of creativity, you can find a way. We try to make cooking very practical here. Okay, so a bit chalky, I think. I mean, I could. Some carrot got in there. So, okay, it's looking a bit chalky. Not quite, it might need more liquid. Ooh. Yeah, it's gonna need more liquid than that, so that's okay. Nice emote. Is that a custom one that you got approved by, I think it's called BTTV? We just submitted ours yesterday for to have our emote that looks like our dog, which is our avatar, our Boston Terrier dog, and a cleaver emote approved. Okay, so I'll just get water. I do have more milk, but I'll just get water. All right. Okay, so I can't use too much, so I got my spoon. Okay. Ah, a sub emote. Very nice emotes, very cute. Lots of animals. Yep. We're excited about our Winston. That's the name of our dog, our Winston emote, and our cleaver. The cleaver is very, I would say it's like a signature. It's a signature for the show. I always get asked about the cleaver. I grew up using a cleaver, so I'm often using it as my go-to tool. A cleaver or a small knife if the cleaver can't do the job. We had Winston featured a little bit earlier. He'll come back. Very, very nice emotes. Wow. Okay. So I think we've got a consistency that works. Okay. Just, if they don't fall apart, I think we're good. it's not falling apart. Hi, ECROGMR. Welcome to Cook for Fun. Please let us know what country you're tuning in from. Yeah, the flags above my head represent countries that viewers have tuned in from since our show started in December. I haven't heard of that chef, Qing He Huang. But I will look up that name. Huh. I see that my Nightbot keeps going on. I had that on timer for 45 minutes, but it seems like it's getting repeated more often than that. Okay, I've got 3 balls. Okay. I think that's okay. It's not falling apart. I'll have to chill it in the fridge. Don't know if I can chill it for 30 minutes. I usually take it out earlier because we need to get the stream moving. Okay, I'll check out that chef for sure. Okay, so we've got a few viewers from the UK. Yeah. Hey, Peace Sarai and ECROGMR. Welcome. And we're broadcasting live from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. We have a number of viewers from the US, from different states. I think I heard North Carolina, South Carolina, Delaware, Maryland. Yeah, I think there's Germany too. I think CB5 is from Germany. Yeah, but yeah. Okay. So I'll put this in a bag. It's crumblier. It's a little on the dry. Ooh, this one is. This one just sort of exploded on me. Wonder if I need more liquid for that piece. I mean, for some reason. Maybe because it's bigger. Okay, that's it. Just 1 spoon. Work that. Okay, thank you for joining us, Wicked Fairy. Have a great night. And I'll see you in your stream. Benjamin is dancing a lot. Nice to have some positive energy in the channel. It's a little quiet today. I'm not used to doing a stream at this time. It always feels different. You know, it's darker outside. I don't see any sunshine. It feels different. I even said good morning. I said good morning to Death Eater. I'm just so used to saying good morning. The cooking's going well, ECROGMR. We have our turkey pie filling cooling down. That was simply made with leftover turkey, leftover juice from the turkey pan, with some frozen peas and corn added to it, some chopped up carrot and chopped up celery and onion, some milk, cream, and mashed potato to thicken. Because I had mashed potato, and mashed potato is a thickening agent rather than using flour or starch. Okay, so this is added about one teaspoon of water, and that helped a great deal in keeping this from falling apart. Okay, good. So we're going to put this aside in the fridge to chill. It requires 30 minutes, but we probably won't leave it in that long because that's a long time to wait on the stream. And it will work out even though it's not chilled for exactly 30 minutes. It'll still work out. So put that in the fridge. And then we'll start the Then we'll chop up beef. That's what we'll do. We'll chop up some beef. I'm making a beloved Korean dish called bulgolgi, which is beef, which is sliced beef in Korean barbecue sauce. Okay. And I'm going to give my cutting board and knife a wash. Be right back. Okay, thank you, Pisara. Thanks for stopping by and see you next time. Now have a good night. So originally, I was going to put this almost defrosted beef through the food processor to slice. But I think we have time on the show to cut it by hand. Thanks again, Pisara. Thanks for the well wishes. But I think we have time on the show to cut it up. Okay. So I found out that when your meat is partially frozen, you can run it through the food processor. If it's frozen and hard as ice, it'll probably wreck your blades. But if it's partially frozen, it can actually go right through your food processor. But I think we have time and we can slice it up by hand during the stream. Sorry, E-Chrome, my reply. I thought that you might have been asking Pisara about the weather, but if you're asking me about the weather, it is hovering around 0 degrees Celsius. We had a bit of snowfall today, but not too much, so 0 degrees or -1 degrees Celsius is about what the temperature is right now. Yeah, I hope I'm on topic. I wasn't sure if that's what you're referring to. Yeah. Okay. 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 And I'm wondering, are most of the viewers in this chat also game streamers? Gaming is really, really popular on Twitch, and I know that creative is newer compared to gaming. And I also find that some food streamers are also gamers too. So yeah, there's a lot of cross streaming between different categories. Yeah. Yes, it does snow in Canada. We have a very long winter here. Probably started snowing in November, but it doesn't snow every day. Sometimes it's cold, but there's no snow. And it's been cold for a while. It's been cold since November. And when I say cold, you probably need to wear a down-filled parka or coat. And I have two of them. I have a thinner one and I have a thicker one that can handle extreme cold weather. Okay. So you're a gamer, okay. What are the most popular games? This is actually a world that I'm not so familiar with, but it seems like, I should learn so that I can understand where my viewers are coming from. So when I started streaming, I just went ahead and did it. I didn't really look around to see what other people were doing. My husband watches Twitch a lot, and he told me about the cooking and the creative category, and that told me that people were cooking on it, and I was very curious. So I told him to just set it up to do. So I hadn't been part of Twitch for very long. Okay, Sims 4, okay. I've heard about Sims. You can have a different reality in the game. Like, there's all kinds of Sims game. You can build towns. And Nunes Benjamin, have you been playing it for a long time? And it's got the number 4, so I guess there's number 1, 2, and 3 as well. It's a game that sort of offered more features in the next version. What is it do you like about Sims? It does sound very, very interesting, having a different reality. It's amazing. Some game streamers have tens and thousands of viewers, and you can't even read the chat because it keeps moving up the screen. And I don't even think the streamer or the caster could follow the chat. Yeah. It's very different from the creative channel. Yeah. What game do you play, Death Vader? And regarding the viewership, you can never know. You can never know when you're gonna get a viewer, and also it changes with time. For my very first stream, I had 1 viewer, and guess who that was? That was my husband. Yeah. My first couple of streams were watched by only my husband. Overwatch. Okay, I think I've heard of Overwatch. I think my husband plays Overwatch. I think over last weekend there was a Lunar New Year special and you have to catch a rooster. Is that Overwatch? And the scenery took place in Asia. Hi, wonderful Twitcher. Nice name, wonderful Twitcher. What country are you tuning in from? Yeah, the countries above my head represent those places that viewers have tuned in from since our channel started in December. We're an international community, and we share ideas on food. We take viewers' requests, so we've made some pretty cool stuff on this show based on viewers' request. Yeah. We have a bit of cross-cultural cooking today, not too much. We've got turkey pie, and we have Korean bulgogi. Yesterday we had Mexican menudo soup, Indian roti, and then we finished the pork hock off with a Filipino recipe to get a crispy skin on it. Okay, so that's a lot of games. Overwatch, CSGO, League, Run Escape, H1Z1, Run Escape, okay. Okay. So Sims has been out for 17 years. And you've been playing since, oh, okay, wow. It seems, can't believe it, it's already 2017. And you know the exact date. You must be an avid player to know the exact, very exact date, February 4th. Okay, no, Netherlands. We had a viewer from the Netherlands during one of our shows where we made pineapple rice. Death Theater was on that show, and our viewer from the Netherlands became the food engineer on the show. So for this pineapple rice that we made, we kept the pineapple crown as a bowl to actually serve the rice in. And then we got some ideas from another viewer from Germany to turn this pineapple bowl into a boat. Okay? To have this rice sitting in a pineapple boat. And our viewer from the Netherlands was engineering it, was trying to describe a good way to make incisions in the pineapple to get it out without damaging the pineapple bowl. And then we had a couple of ideas on how to create a sail for the pineapple boat. So that's a very memorable stream. So no, I don't hold anything against you. Yeah. We like our international viewership. It's a lot of fun. I've made foods based on requests that I had from viewers. Last 2 weekends ago, I made 2 weekends ago. Yeah, 2 weekends ago. I made a Swiss nut tart and Swedish meatballs, and before that, a German schnitzel. Had a lot of fun. Overwatch. Aw. So, Nunez Benjamin, can you go back and play those games? Those past games, or you can't? Ah, okay. Okay. So, I'm going to go back to the crust. I know it hasn't quite been 30 minutes, but I don't want to wait because it takes around 1 hour to bake. So I like to do that. I know it's okay. It'll work out. It's all good. But I'll have to wipe down this counter because I have meat. I have beef juice. I have a Lysol wipe here. Okay, wonderful Twitcher. You're a cook by profession, like your father and brother. Okay. Well, please feel free to share your ideas and any tips. We're a sharing community here. And I'll admit, I'm not a professional cook, but I enjoy cooking. And I often get a lot of great ideas and tips from viewers, so please feel free to share. Yeah. Okay. Nunez Benjamin, we'll see you later. Yeah. So I'm just using Lysol, a Lysol wipe to wipe down this bloody counter, bloody counter from the beef. I'm going to give it another wipe to wipe the chemical off. So, Wonderful Twitcher, that's a great name, Wonderful Twitcher. What are some signature dishes that you and your family cook? You might have a few of them, but you know, every chef has a beloved dish that he or she likes to make. Yeah. Okay. Give it this another rinse. I'm gonna put this meat in the fridge. I don't like leaving it out, even though it won't stay out long. Okay. quite 30 minutes, but I'm gonna go ahead and form the crust for the pie with our dough. Got my rolling pan. Also have a bit of water in case. Okay, I'm gonna squish it. Okay. Okay. I'll move this bag out of your way. Okay, I'm gonna need a bit more liquid in that. I'm working with a lot more flour than I'm used to, so it is very dry. I usually work with 2 cups, and I've got here 4, so a bit on the dry side. So I'll have to work it more, and then form the crust. Add some water. Okay, that should be good. So I'm gonna do that with all of them. Get a nice crust going. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Just add the water, it helps. Okay. That looks better, okay. So the crust only has a very few ingredients: butter, all-purpose flour, and salt. There's actually no sugar because this is not a dessert. This is a savory dish. This is turkey pie, and the recipe for pie crust does not call for sugar. I could use an egg as well, but I don't have to. So this recipe is a little bit different from my tart recipes in that there's no egg in this. That could be why. Yeah, I was missing a bit of liquid because I didn't have the egg in it. Okay, but we're getting back on track with the water that we added. Okay, Asian, Italian, French. If it looks good, eat it. Okay, that's a really good motto. Sometimes food that doesn't look good tastes good, but usually we should try to make our food look good. It helps, you know, if you want to serve it to someone, it always helps that it looks good. Yeah. Unfortunately, people judge. People judge your food by the way it looks or the way it sounds too. Like yesterday, I made menudo soup, a Mexican menudo soup. It uses tripe, honeycomb beef tripe, and that's an ingredient that's underused. In North America, we consume a lot of beef, but we ignore some of these other parts of the beef that can be made into great dishes on their own. So sometimes people judge the food, but I think a lot of food could tastes good, and it's just a matter of giving it a chance and trying it. Okay, so our dough's a lot better now. It just needed that moisture. It really did. It was so crumbly. Yeah, it really did. Okay, that helps. Okay, so Andrew Zimmern. Okay, so I have to look up Andrew Zimmern. And Pacera told me about another chef too, called, I think, Ching He Huang, a chef from the UK who does a lot of shows in the US. So that's always nice to learn about new influences. So you like to cook Asian food, Italian, and French. That's quite a wide range. Yeah. What are your favorite French foods? You know, French is not a cuisine that I've made a lot of. French. Yeah. I've made cordon bleu. Is that French? Cordon bleu? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to take, so now my dough is a lot better. Adding some water definitely helped. Okay. And I'm going to take, so I've got my springform pan. It's pretty big. I think that's about 9 inches. 9 inches, maybe around 9 inches. And this is a takeout aluminum pan. And I want to show that if you don't have certain tools with you, you might be able to get away with using a simple takeout pan to accomplish your baked turkey pie. We always try to be practical in this kitchen. Okay. I know about Anthony Bourdain, yes. Okay. Great. Is Andrew Zimmern one of your favorite chefs? Okay, so I'm gonna take about 2/3 of it and use it for the bigger pie. Okay. Okay. Leave this one for the smaller pie. That's a lot better after I added liquid to it. Okay. Much better. While I'm working, I'll work with the smaller one. I'll put this in the fridge too. Give it more chilling time. Even if it's only 5 minutes or so. And again, I take 2/3 of it. 2/3 for the bottom and the sides, and 1/3 for the top crust. Okay. What are your favorite French dishes to cook? Ah, okay. So I'll look that up, that name, Andrew Zimmern. Now it's sort of ringing a bell, but I'm not sure. Maybe if I saw the picture of him. We're actually based in Canada here. Yeah. And are there any dishes from Netherlands that you like to make? Some comfort foods from your country? Yeah. I had a lot of fun making the German schnitzel and the Swedish meatballs. Yeah, and the Swiss walnut tart. Lots of fun. Yeah. When I made this Swiss nut tart, my husband, who's also a moderator, he was watching from upstairs, and he came down in the middle of the show. And usually when that happens, it's because I have a technical problem that needs to be fixed. There's something that isn't, the sound or the audio or the sound or the video isn't good. Something needs to be adjusted. But he actually came down because he wanted a piece of the Swiss nut tart. So that's how good it was. Yeah. That was a lot of fun making that. Wow. We enjoy getting ideas from our viewers. And today, our viewer from UK, Pisara, mentioned about pancakes with lemon and jams. A little different from how the food is served in North America. It was so much fun to learn about what's cooking in other cultures. Okay. We'll see you later, Death Eater. So a crust is normally 3 to 4 millimeters thick. That's sort of a guideline that a lot of chefs go by. I personally like it a little bit thicker. I like the taste of crust. I like the buttery taste of crust. So I don't like my crust too thin. And I don't like it breaking on me when I eat. So we've got, our crust is between 3 and 4 millimeters. So we're going to try putting that right into our aluminum pie plate. Okay. You gotta make everything. But for my last meal on death row, grilled chicken on death row. Grilled chicken. Okay. You're saying, like, hypothetically, if you were to have your last meal on death row, it'd be grilled chicken. Okay. Are there a lot of German influences in Netherlands cooking? It's so close to Germany, but I know they're different countries. Just yeah. For a couple of our streams, we took out our globe and we went around the globe to point out where the different viewers are tuning in from, and that was a lot of fun. And I got to learn some geography. Yeah. Okay. So here's our crust. I'll have to trim it, but there's our crust. And I'm going to make the top piece too. The lid. The lid to our pie crust. So I'll just flatten it by hand first. I'm not getting a perfect ball, perfect circular shape, so I'll have to trim it to get a nice circle. Okay. What is your favorite dish in the Netherlands? If I were a tourist and you wanted me to eat something very, very traditional in your culture, what would you introduce me to? Or to all the viewers, not just me. Yeah. Or if you were living in a different country and you were missing home, what food would you want to have as soon as you get off the plane? So when I was living in Asia for some time, 5 to 6 years, and I missed Jamaican beef patties in Toronto. They're very, very good. Yeah. They are these pastries that are filled with ground beef in a Jamaican jerk sauce. And I like the way they're made in Toronto. I've actually never had them outside of Toronto. Yeah, that's my favorite. That's one of my favorite foods in Toronto. Okay, stamp. You know what? Yes, our other viewer from Netherlands mentioned about stampot as well. It's almost like a shepherd's pie, but rather than baking it in the oven, it's made on the stove top. So our Netherlands viewer also mentioned that too. Stampot. Okay. Andivji with meat. Okay, andivji. I have to look up what that word means. What does that mean? Andivji with meatballs and a good gravy. Okay. Okay. You're into Asian. Okay. And is there can you access a lot of Asian ingredients in the Netherlands? I'm always trying to make sure my recipes can accommodate people living in different parts of the world, and I often mention substitutes that are possible, just to ensure that the cooking on this show is accessible to people. But I'm just wondering, okay, so you probably have some Asian supermarkets, maybe not as many as local Netherlands supermarkets, but you might have a few. Okay, so our pie crust is done for our, simple disposable aluminum pan. Okay, I wanted to demonstrate that when you don't have a pie pan, you could hack it by saving one of your takeout pans to make sure it's accessible. And I'm going to scoop some I'm going to scoop some turkey pie filling that we made. We made this using leftover turkey juice from the baking pan. And we added frozen carrots, corn, cut up onion, carrot, and celery to this. So it's pretty solid mixture. And it's thickened and it's cooled down too. It's very, very meaty. Yeah. Stampot is potatoes mashed with endive. Yes, we have many Asian toko soup. Okay, toko S and supermarkets. We have a long history with Asia. I didn't realize that. Okay. Because our other viewer from Netherlands too cooks a lot of Asian food too, and it's good to learn. And it's great that you have that access to a variety of ingredients as well. Okay, so we're just covering the pie with our pie cover. And I better turn on the oven too. Preheat it. Okay, it's empty, so I'll preheat it. I'll move the tray to the middle. Preheat to 350. So bake with a convection. And we'll use a fork to crimp the edges. Okay. The VOC rings a bell. VOC rings a bell. The VOC doesn't ring a bell yet. Okay. So, That's very nice that your country is multicultural, and so is Canada. But that's nice. I like the sound of that. Yeah. Yeah, Canada's very, very multicultural. Yeah. Oh, where I'm living, there is a very big Jewish, Russian, Filipino community. And then about a couple blocks over, there's a very big Persian and Korean community. And then everything north of where I'm living, there is a very, very big Chinese community. And we also have a Japantown, we have Little Italy, we have Little India, we have Greek Town, we have an Ethiopian area, even a Tibetan area. Yeah. And we have other pockets of ethnic communities as well. And diversity makes it fun. You can learn a lot and eat a lot. Stamp pot. Yeah. It's the second time I've heard about stamp pot, so I'm very curious. Maybe we'll feature it on the show. Yeah. What is endive? Endive. Stamp pot with endive. So I made this nice lattice pattern using, oh, it's really bright, using my fork. And I think I'm going to carve out a little hole in the middle. But I'm not sure what VOC is. Okay. Okay, so we have our pie. You know, some of the gravy is sort of seeping, so I hope the pie stays intact. Okay. Put that here. So once the oven has preheated, that will go straight in. Now we'll get our other dough. We'll work on the other pie. And again, we're going to divide this into 2/3. The 2/3 portion is for the bottom and side crust. And the 1/3 portion is for the cover or the top. Maybe we name it, okay? Ah, okay, and VOC, okay. I'll do that after the show. It's always fun to learn about other cultures. We like mixing it up in this kitchen. Okay. So in case you're wondering, these pie pans were previously greased with margarine. Okay, we'll see you later, wonderful Twitcher. Have a great night and see you next time. Thanks for joining our show and sharing your cooking ideas in Stamp Pot with us. I'll look that up and perhaps we'll add it to our menu item in a future show. Take care. Have a good night. So we're working with a larger dough than usual. Normally our springform pan is approximately 1 inch smaller, but decided we wanted to make lots of pie, at least 2 pies. So we doubled the crust recipe and we got a plate that's quite small, which is that disposable pie plate, to make this, and a larger pie plate. So we'll see how that turns out. I personally like the pie smaller so that I can have more crust. I like the taste of crust. It's very nice. And the filling is rather meaty. I don't like it too meaty. That's why I tried to balance it with vegetables, but it still has a lot of meat. And it only has 1 chicken breast, and that's for 2 pies. So a little bit of meat goes a long way in making the turkey pie. I mean, 1 turkey breast might feed a couple people, but 2 pies feeds a lot of people. It's a good way to stretch out your food. Fried rice and beef rendang. Okay. That sounds Southeast Asian. Interesting. Our other viewer from Indonesia also mentioned a lot of Southeast Asian influences. Yeah, okay. Beef rendang and sambal. And sambal is good. Yeah. Okay. And do you normally make these from scratch, or can you buy a lot of the ingredients in Netherlands in your market? Like a lot of those ingredients might be grown from tropical places. There might be a lot of spices and herbs that they thrive in Southeast Asia, but not necessarily in Europe. Certainly not Canada. Maybe in the summer or in an indoor herb garden. Like in our local Asian market, we can buy lemongrass. Okay, it's time to put in one of the pies. And I'm going to turn on the fan. Yeah. Okay. Let's see how big that is. I'm gonna make sure the sides have enough crust. Just keep rolling it thicker. Or thinner, that is. Okay. Okay, and that might do the trick. Okay. So one trick that a viewer taught me to get this pastry to go into the pan is to roll it right onto the pin and then roll it off the pin into the plate. So we'll do that carefully. Okay. Okay, it's a little big. I will roll that into, there you go. There, got that nice inside. Ah, okay. Okay, thanks again for stopping by. We'll see you next time. Have a wonderful night, wonderful Twisher. Okay, there you go. So that's a really nice tip that a viewer taught me, to roll the pastry right onto the pin and then off the pin. And we're going to trim off the excess. I can use my bench scraper too to do that faster. Okay, now we put the turkey pie filling in here. Okay. It's very, very thick and meaty. When you make your own pies, you could make them the way you like. It's actually a bit thick for me, but my husband likes it, so it'll be really, really good. And we actually have a lot of leftovers. I can probably make 3 pies with this recipe, so I might actually need to make another pie crust after the show, or tomorrow, to use up the filling. Actually looking a little bit moist, so I'm going to add some flour and just give it a stir. I'm just going to sprinkle some flour in there, very little. Okay, and then give it a stir. And now we're going to roll the cover, the lid for the crust on top. It's definitely easier to work with a pie crust that's smaller, But a large pie is definitely very impressive, so we're gonna make this work. I have to be more careful about it not breaking every time I handle the dough. When it's larger, it has a tendency to break more. Okay, we need a bit more stretching to get it onto to fit on top of the pie. But we're almost there. See if it fits. Yep, it fits. So the trick that we learned is to roll the dough right onto the pin and then roll it back onto the pie. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and roll it down. Okay, there we go. We've covered it, and we'll just use, I'm gonna use my fingers to crimp and seal the ends first. Then I'm gonna go over it with a fork to get a nice pattern on the edge. Yeah. So I'm going to set my cooking timer, to 50 minutes, 50. Maybe I'll change that to 40 minutes, since the smaller pie has already been in there for about 10 minutes. It only needs around half an hour of baking time. Okay. Or sorry, 50 minutes, and yeah. Okay. That's so I'm simply making a nice pattern on the edge. Hi, Timo Gosu. Sorry about my hair. It is back, but it's not clipped in the front. But don't worry, it's not falling off, and I can cut. Yeah. It doesn't fall off that easily. What country are you tuning in from, Timo Gosu? We are broadcasting live from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. It's 6:30 p.m. Sunday evening here. Hey. Just gonna make some . Hi, welcome back, Death Eater. Thanks for returning to our show. You just finished fighting and you're joining us on Twitch? Well, we're cooking you a nice meal, so hope that welcome to our show and hope you enjoy. Computer problems, Death Vader. Yeah, those would be annoying. I actually had a computer problem when I started this stream. I had my chat box not showing up, so I couldn't see anything. I can only see what the camera could see. I couldn't see anything else. So that had to be fixed. and I had to open the website, the Twitch page, to update it to creative. Yeah. Okay. And now I'm going to carve a little circle in the middle of the pie. It helps expel some heat, but it also looks nice as well. Okay, so we've got our little circle, our little donut hole. Timago soup. Cooking is not my profession, it's my hobby. I enjoy cooking very much though. Yeah, I have a lot of fun doing it. It's not my profession. Okay. So let's get this, there's some glare. Let's get this turkey pie into the oven. Now we're moving back to our beef. That's a very, very, what's my education? That's never been asked on the show before. Okay. So we're cutting up a lot of beef here. So you wanted the turkey to be alive. Unfortunately, we cook quite a lot of meat on this show. As you can see, I'm cutting up this beef. I'm slicing it. I'm going to demo some cutting, but I'm going to zip the rest of them through the food processor. Yeah. Okay. So, let me do that. I did do some cutting earlier on the stream, but over here I have see some beef that's cut up. But I'm going to zip the rest through a food processor, because I want this portion to be over by the time the pies are baked. I actually don't have a meat grinder, so one trick I've learned is that if your meat is partially frozen, so I defrosted it, but it's not 100% defrosted. It's probably around 60% defrosted. There's still some parts that are hard to touch. So it doesn't feel like ice, but it's not exactly defrosted. And when it's in this sort of half defrosted, half frozen state, you could pulse it through a food processor to slice it. That's what I learned. If your meat's frozen, you might break your blade. Okay, so this is a tip that I learned from my mom. She often likes to put meat in the fridge, transfer frozen meat to the fridge the night before, and in the morning check that it's not completely defrosted, just, you know, partially defrosted, and then zip it through the food processor. Okay. And you have to pulse it. You can't have it going for too long, because you could get something caught in your blade, and it could, your machine could break. So I'm going to demonstrate that because I want to get the sauce prepared before the pie is ready. So I want to time it well. That's what I want to do. So what is roti and paratha? So in yesterday's stream, we made this Indian bread called a roti. It's also known as paratha, and it's like a flaky flatbread. It's not flat because it actually has a lot of layers in it before you roll it out, and those layers cause it to have more texture when you're eating. When you rip it apart, it's almost like cheese strings. You have some layers hanging off of, you know, the pieces that you're trying to rip it off from. So it's a little different from flatbread, and because it's flaky, it's got a really nice texture. I want to trim some of this fat off. It's quite thick. Okay. That's right. If I'm a vegetarian, I don't have to worry about breaking my blades. Although, I did use my spice and nut grinder to break down a fig, okay? I wanted to turn my fig into fig powder, and that broke my grinder. So it's not only meats that will break your grinder. Yeah, you have to be careful too when you're making smoothies to pulse it, not to have the ice break your blades as well in your blender. So did I put meat in the paratha? So for yesterday's stream, we served it with our menudo soup. Okay, but you can eat this bread with a lot of things. It's such a good bread. That's why I wanted to feature on the show. It's so tasty. The Chinese grinder, it wasn't. It was a Cuisinart. That broke. So, and you can't generalize. China makes all kinds of products. Probably products, some that you like, some that you don't. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just trimming some fat, and then I'm going to put it through the grinder. If it's too soft, I have to hand cut it. It's just going to get stuck on the blade. I would love a meat grinder though. I would like to make my own. So Jeff Thader was mentioning previously about serving raw chicken backs to his dog, and I serve, I get raw dog food from the pet store, and I would like to make my own. It would be more convenient to just get, you know, the bones from the chicken that I'm eating and grinding them up to make a bone meal for the dog. I would like that, but it just doesn't seem to be commercially available to buy a meat grinder, and I wouldn't buy it just for making dog food. So yeah, but I if it's affordable, I could probably save quite a bit of money. All of those drumsticks that you eat. Okay, chicken backs are cheap here. Okay. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, but do you mix your dog food with organs? Because that's good for them too. Okay. Oh, so okay, your dogs can chew right through that. Okay. So I'm actually going to run some of this meat through the grinder so that we can have our sauce made in time. Okay? Because it gets quite boring on the stream. I apologize. Yesterday, rolling out that dough sort of, I think, put people to sleep. I wasn't very good at it, and I know better than to find another way to use the time of the stream. I'm gonna wash my hands. Actually, I don't have to. Okay, well, this one's raw. This one's not. So I'll go ahead and put it in the grinder. This is just a regular grinder. I'm going to pulse it so I don't break the blades. And anything that doesn't cut, I'll have to hand cut it. But I figure I have so much meat that I'll do it this way. It's going to be loud for a sec. We've got the fan going on in the background. We'll have this. There you are. And I'm working with one hand because I've got meat in this hand. Okay, let's just test it. Yeah, all right, it's working. I'm gonna get a rag, okay, so I can handle the meat. So, get my more frozen ones here. Yeah, okay. As long as you're watching it, you're not gonna break anything. This is a bit soft. It might not work. Okay. And this piece. Hello, Aridin. Thank you for returning to our channel. Am I going to vote for Kevin O'Leary? Politics. Yeah, so some of the stuff stuck on the top is a bit soft. Okay, so that's not going through. Okay. Okay, and that's not going through. I'll have to cut that. Yeah, we might have to cut a lot of this. They have to be partially frozen for this to work. Okay. But we're still getting some slices cut. But good on you for knowing about Canadian politics. What are you? So what country are you tuning in from? I'll ask again. Okay. You know what? These are quite soft. I'll just hand cut them. You're gonna have to watch me cut them. Sorry about that. Okay. Welcome back to our channel, Grizz Zed. What country are you tuning in from? Hey. Okay. Alright, so I'll give these a quick chop. But some of these cut some of these are nice and fine. If my meat were a bit more frozen, it would go nicely through the regular chopper. So, yep. I do watch Kevin O'Leary on Shark Tank. I watch a lot of Shark Tank. And for those viewers that aren't familiar with that show, it's a reality show where the judges are investors and the contestants or people featured on the show are entrepreneurs. They have a business idea and they need funding, and they pitch their idea before a panel of judges or a panel of investors who will judge them and decide if they want to partner up and invest in the, I guess, the participants' startup. So Kevin O'Leary is Canadian and he is one of the investors featured in the show. I'm going to trim off his fat. He's also known as Mr. Wonderful. I don't know why, but he is. And he's actually going to campaign for office. Yeah. So, but we don't know very much about his platform. You know, his candidacy is relatively new. So, who knows? Yeah, I don't know why it comes from Mr. Wonderful. I watched it a lot because my husband really likes the show. But I like watching, I like Homeland. I like the show Billion. Man in High Castle, I enjoyed that quite a bit. And I like anything funny. Yeah. I like funny movies. Alaska Frontier, okay. And is that in is that a period drama? Is that when I see the words Alaska Frontier, I think of adventures that people in Alaska might have back in the day when people had to worry about the elements more. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's a reality show about survival. You know, my husband's watching a reality show called I think it's called Alone. Yeah, he likes that. He likes those survival shows very, very much. Yeah. Are you a camper? Do you like to spend time in the outdoors? That's very popular in Canada, and I think there's quite a few Americans that like to come to Canada for outdoor activities. Mashed potato pastry bread. So what we do, we started this yesterday, is we have a poll. We gather all the ideas, we enter in a poll, and during one of the streams, our viewers can vote for it. So, we will look at, we will put this in the poll. Yeah. So, 2 weeks from now, we'll be making Thai food. The viewers voted yesterday for Thai food. I don't camp either. I do enjoy the outdoors. I like taking day trips. I like bringing the dog out to the beach and hiking and for walks. but camping, yeah. I have problems sleeping, so sleeping in a tent is hard for me. But I've done it before. I did attend camp when I was younger, and I have gone camping with friends. It's fun. But I like the outdoor part more than the survival part. So I've never, yeah, I wouldn't know what to do about if I had to eat raw meat to survive. I guess when you're in that situation, you eat what you can find. That would be really tough. Like when I went camping with my husband a couple summers ago, we actually didn't go camping. We visited our relatives that were camping, and then we spent one day, and then we returned to the city. But our relatives who were camping, they brought this outdoor kitchen set that they put up. They made all these. They brought food. They brought sashimi. They brought all these wines, and they brought braised cheese. They brought all these fancy foods. And when I grow up, the camping food that I had was maybe Kraft dinner or instant noodle or bread. So they really went all out with. They were having gourmet food on their camping trip. They had like stuffed peppers. So I guess you can make camping the way you want, but it's definitely not like the survival situation that you're talking about. It's quite luxurious what they had, what they were experiencing. Okay, we're almost done cutting it, and then I can marinate them. Yeah. And our pie will take another 15 minutes. So after I cut this up, I'll give the cutting board a nice washing. Then I'll take out my bullet. And I will cut up some apple and puree it for the beef marinade. So how's your computer doing right now, Death Vader? Yeah. I might not be able to help, but our live-in moderator upstairs might have some suggestions. So we got tons of meat. I'm gonna guess that's around, wow, that's probably around 5 or 6 pounds, maybe 5 pounds. Okay. And we're gonna put that in here. Ah, dry bootable. Okay. Well, I hope you can get some help on this channel. I hope someone can jump in who might have some knowledge on this topic. I'll put this in the fridge. I'm going to give this a nice washing. It's been covered with meat blood. thanks so much, Team Agosi, for chiming in. Whether or not we can fix it, it's really nice of you to offer your kind assistance. It was an old raid. Okay. We hope you get it fixed soon. That can be frustrating to not have your computer working properly. So we're going to peel this apple. It's a funny way of I'm actually not going to peel it, I'm going to core it. The skin's alright to eat. And that's going to add some nice flavor to our bulgogi sauce. So we're not going to use our bullet because I packed it and brought it to the new home. Alright, we'll see you later. Hopefully you fixed your problem. Thanks so much, Team Agosi, for trying to help. Hopefully he gets back on. Okay, I'm just going to chop this up really fine. I would normally use the bullet to puree the apple, but we don't have it this time. It has been brought over to the new home, our new kitchen, our new Cook for Fun kitchen, which you will see in our next stream. But in the absence of a bullet, apples actually cook down quite nicely. So we're going to do that. We're going to cook down the applesauce over the stovetop. Okay. So we're going to have these apples simmering in sauce and breaking down nicely over the stovetop. So I'm giving them a hand dice in the absence of a bullet. We do have the food processor, as you can see, but it's covered in meat juice, so we're going to avoid using that for the apple. These over the stove top to break down. tutorial on how to turn the stove. So our stove has a indicator that says light, and you turn the knob to the light and you kind of wait. It's got this like sound, like tick 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 sound. You wait and then the flames will come out. So that's all there is to it. But I understand what you mean. I went to a home in Taiwan and I tried turning on their gas stove and it kept making that tick tick sound, but the flames never came on. So I can understand. Mine happens to be easy to turn on, so I think they're all made a little differently. This is the first time I've owned a gas stove, so I'm lucky that this is not very difficult to use. But in Asia, my grandma had a gas stove too, and I also found it hard. I had to try many times to do it, so I'm lucky. I just have to turn it to the light indicator and then it'll go tick tick tick, and then I wait till there's flames and then it works. So maybe if you share the type of stove that you have, we could all try to provide suggestions on how to more easily turn on your gas stove. Okay. And so the Korean bulgogi sauce is fairly easy to make. The major ingredients are garlic. And I have here a whole bulb of garlic pretty much. Okay. They're already peeled and I'll just mince them up. And sesame oil, sugar, and soy sauce. And you saw me cutting up apples earlier. That's not mandatory, and it actually doesn't do too much to the sauce, but it's traditionally in Korean bulgogi sauce, either pear or apple. It does give it some sweetness to it. I guess a fruity sweetness, but there's also a lot of sugar in bulgogi sauce. And last week I experimented. Last week I didn't have sesame oil, and in a lot of Asian cooking, when there's no sesame oil, often peanut oil is used. So I'm allergic to peanut. I'm among 1% Canadian allergic to peanut. I cannot use peanut oil, but I have this peanut butter substitute. You can see it. It's called Wow Butter. It's called Wow Butter. And Wow Butter is made from soybean, and it gives you that nutty taste that sesame gives you and that peanut butter gives you. And so I'm using the substitute because I can't have peanut. And my husband thought last week that it really enhanced the flavor of this sauce by adding the Wow Butter. So we're doing it, and we recommend it. It's quite nice. It gives it a nice nutty flavor to it. So we're gonna go ahead and we're going to press the garlics up, okay? We have a lot of garlics here. We have 8 cloves. I'm just gonna cut them in half and stick them through the garlic press. And I'm going to add some water to the apple so it helps break down the apple more. we're gonna have boiling apples. Press the garlic. And if you don't have a garlic press, you can simply dice. So that sound means that our pies are ready, which is exciting. I'm going to bake the pies for another 10 minutes to get a nice golden brown top. Okay. And this bulgogi, Korean bulgogi sauce, is one of the easiest and delicious meat sauces that you can make. It doesn't require a lot of ingredients and it's so tasty. It has a nice balance of sweet, garlic and salty. And you can also add a bit of chili too to get some heat going on in that sauce. It's a favorite in this kitchen. So there's our garlic. Okay. Just double checking the proportions. Okay. Then we're going to get to get 2.5 tablespoons of sugar. So that's a lot of sugar. It's going to be quite sweet. 2.5. I'll make it 3. It's easier to measure that way. And I'm going to use 4 tablespoons of regular soy sauce, okay. 2 tablespoons of dark soy sauce. I want to give it a nice rich color. So the difference between dark soy sauce and regular soy sauce is that dark is actually not as high in sodium. It's actually lighter and they tend to be flavored. This is a mushroom flavored one and they tend to be darker and they add a nice color to your sauce. And it's often used for color. It's often used on noodles for color. It's not usually used as a main soy sauce. Welcome back, Death Eater. And were you able to fix your computer issue? Wow, 7 times rebooting it. I hope it's finally working though. Okay. We're going to dice up an onion. Oh no, it's still not working. When did the problem start? I'm not a computer expert, but I'm hoping some of the viewers, maybe even Cook for Fun moderator, might have some tips for you. Yeah. And it's the weekend too. That's frustrating. Probably need your computer for the week. So I'm going to dice up these onions. So in the bulgogi sauce, the major flavors that you taste are salty from the soy sauce, sweet from the sugar and the apple, and a ton of garlic and onion. It's those 3 flavors that you mainly taste. Sesame oil, it just sort of enhances it, but you don't have to use it. Yeah, but the major flavors are your soy sauce, sugar, and garlic. It's so easy. You don't need to buy this sauce, just make it. It usually costs $5 for a bottle, but you can make it on your own for like $1. Okay, the backup. Full drive, it decided, interesting. Okay. Maybe not that I know much about this topic, but maybe it's thinking like a bootable drive because your computer, maybe because of the way your computer is upgraded right now, it's just not compatible the way it used to be when you were using it previously. Like all the changes that you made on your computer now affected that drive. So I know that every time a change is made, something's affected. So I can smell the apple. Normally I would break it down with a magic bullet, but we packed it, so we're gonna break it down the traditional method over the stove to heat it up, get it nice and soft. Potato masher for the apple. Hi, choir master. We made a menudo soup yesterday. No problem. Well, you can watch our archive video. It's on YouTube and also on our Twitch channel. We actually had a record viewing yesterday when we were making the menudo soup, and I wonder if it was because we had a lot of menudo soup lovers on Twitch, and we're curious and decided to look over. Thanks so much for the follow, Hazel Holly. I have to look forward because the font is really small on my OBS. The chat is nice and large. We did. So we made menudo soup, and instead of pairing it with warm tortilla, which is how it's traditionally made, we had it paired with roti, like a different bread. We decided to cross the cultures, like have the Mexican menudo soup and the Indian roti, and then we took the pork hock out of the soup and we fried it to reflect a Filipino style of preparing the pork hock by making a crispy skin. So we had a lot of fusion going on yesterday. We are also streaming on YouTube. There's no activity there. It's different. On YouTube, people cannot search by category. They have to know my channel before going on. It's different from Twitch, where you can sort of browse the different the categories and then find the different streamers under those categories. So we're still working on learning how this YouTube might work out. But if not, you know, we have quite a nice community on Twitch that we might just stick with Twitch. We'll see. But we are streaming on 2 platforms right now. So that's our turkey pie. Okay. And I don't have a cooling rack because we moved that to the new location. So our pie. You can look at the small here. It's not very golden because we had it on the middle rack. We didn't want to burn the top. I think you can't see, there's a lot of glare. Can I like fix that? See. We probably had double the amount of viewers, and I just thought nothing really changed about the stream except for the menu items. So I think we have a lot of menudo soup lovers that just wanted to stop by the stream yesterday. So that was really, really cool. And I was kind of thinking, what kind of foods do people like? And we did start a poll. Our moderator set up a poll and people voted for Thai food. So in 2 weeks, we're gonna make Thai food. And that generated a lot of buzz as well. The interaction sort of increased when there was a poll. So but the menudo soup, people were really excited about it. Yeah. And you know what? Watching a past video versus watching it live is so different because you can't talk. You're just watching it. I hope you can find value from watching that past stream. Yeah. And what competition did you attend? That sounds like a lot of fun. Yeah. The viewer count was up to 37. I normally hover in the 20 range, but 37, that's close to 40. I know it's not a big deal in the gaming world. In the gaming world, people are in the thousands. It's just very, very different. But for me, that's that was good. Solo and ensemble. Okay. Do you actually have a stream for your music? That would be really, really cool. And I know I'm behind in the chat. Kent0456. Wow, it is early morning for you in Singapore. You're probably about to head to work right now, so thanks for stopping by. And thanks so much for your comment. I'm glad you enjoy watching the videos. Yeah, and I'm really honored that even though you moved across the globe, that you're continuing to join the chat and to support the channel. So I really appreciate that. Okay. Well, if you do stream one day, choir member, let us know and we'll support you. Yeah. Okay, well, some people, it might not be conducive to your music playing too. Like, when you're playing, you can't chat. It's a little different. Yeah, I can see that. Aw. You know, there are people who practice as part of their stream, and they get encouragement from other musicians. It could be a lot of fun. Wow, Kent0456, you can choose when you go to work. You can decide to go late if you want, or go early if you want. That sounds great. You're very, very lucky. Yeah, so this is our pie. If you just joined the channel, okay, let me bring it closer. I used a spring-form pan for the other pie. That's no-brainer because it's easy to take the plate off of the pie. And I thought, well, some people might not have a pan, but often when you get takeout, you get these free pans. So I thought, let's try one of the pies using a free takeout pan and see if it works. I mean, sometimes when you go to the bakery, it comes in one of these pies. So I thought, let's try it out because we're all about being practical in this kitchen and trying to accommodate people that might be new at cooking, or might want to try something new, but they're afraid they don't have everything it takes to make it. So I wanted to show that cooking doesn't have to be intimidating or hard. You don't have to have anything fancy. You can cook, and you can cook things that are really good. So I thought, let's try using this disposable pan, and make a dish with it. Yeah, we have other pans, but I thought, let's try this out so that it appeals to more viewers that want to try it out. Thank you for the comment, choir member. It just blows me away when I look at the gaming channels and whoa, they've got thousands and thousands of viewers. That's just too cool. But that's okay. I enjoy what I do. I'm doing this because I do it anyways, even if I had no viewers. For my first two streams, for my first stream I had 1 viewer. My second stream I was hovering between 1 and 5, and it just started to, you know, pick up. But as long as it's fun, that's what matters. Yeah, I enjoy it, and I get to meet people, so it's just a lot of fun. Yeah, so yeah, okay. I'm gonna let it cool a bit, and I'm gonna continue working on our bulgogi sauce for the Korean beef that we're making. Right? think Twitch is very saturated if you want to be a gamer. Thank you for your comment. I don't think the creative area is saturated though. Yeah, not that from what I see. There's a lot of artists, a lot of painters and illustrators, cosplay makeup artists, but it's not like the gaming area. So I'm using cornstarch, and this is a typical method to thicken a sauce. Okay. And Kent, if you're tuning in from Singapore, a lot of sauces would be thickened with cornstarch over there. Yeah. Okay. I had a lot of fun making menudo. Yeah. I didn't have guajillo peppers, Guajillo. Yeah. Okay, we'll see you later, Death Vader. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you can fix your computer problem at some point. That could be frustrating. And enjoy your reheated Chinese food. Oh, okay. Chicken with those are delicious. Chicken with cashew, yum. General Tso's chicken. That's my husband's favorite. General Tso's chicken. Chicken with cashew is really good. The cashews are what make the dish. Kent, you like cornstarch? It's a nice thickener. A lot of Chinese dishes have this clear, gooey sauce on top that makes the dish shiny, and that tends to be cornstarch and water. So just to let you know, for our Korean bulgogi sauce, it's a very, very simple sauce to make. The main ingredients are soy sauce, sugar, and garlic. Those are the three main ingredients, and everything else is extra. So as extra, I added onion. I added a dark soy sauce just for coloring. So the difference between dark soy sauce and regular soy sauce is that dark soy sauce is actually very light in comparison with regular soy sauce. The flavoring is not as salty, and it has a dark color. People use it for the color mainly, not for the flavor. So I wanted to give it a nice, rich, darker color. And we're going to add some chili to it because we like some heat, and some sesame oil for that fragrance. And we're going to add wow butter. Hey, wow butter. Wow butter is a peanut butter substitute. And last week, I was cooking this with my husband. We didn't have sesame oil. I actually had to take this from my parents' cupboard yesterday. And in the absence of sesame oil, a lot of people use peanut butter as a substitute to give you that nutty flavor that sesame gives you. But we didn't have any, so I used a peanut butter substitute called wow butter. So why? I'm actually allergic to peanut. I'm among the 1% Canadian allergic to peanuts, so I need to take an alternative, which is wow butter. And wow butter is made of soy. It's actually soy butter. That's what it is. So, and my husband thought it's quite a nice taste to add about a tablespoon of this wow butter, or you can add peanut butter if you have that. It actually added to the flavoring, so that's what we're doing. And we also added apple because a lot of Korean barbecue sauce recipes say to add pear or apple. It doesn't make it or break it, but we had an apple, so we added it. I'm one of the peanut people. Hi there, we have our first participant on YouTube. Thank you for joining our chat, and welcome to Cook for Fun. We have been streaming live. We have been streaming on Twitch for almost 2 months, since December 11th, and today is our second time streaming on YouTube, so welcome. And if you have another tab in your browser and you want to see what the conversation is on Twitch, you can look us up on twitch.com/cook4fun, the number 4, cook number 4 fun, so that you can join in on both chats. Great, well thank you so much for joining. So we have one participant in our YouTube chat. Pear is one of your favorite fruits. Pear is yummy, and in Asia you probably find pears might be more common than apples. Actually, coming from Costa Rica, you're not going to be really missing much. So over on the Twitch side, we have a comment that pear is one of the favorite fruits of a viewer, and that viewer is from Costa Rica, living in Singapore. Yeah. Okay, so let me add our wild butter. Okay, so we've got this rich sauce. Look how dark that is. It's really, really dark. It's really, really dark. If you can see it. Because I added cornstarch, it makes it thick. And we're gonna put some beef on the stove. Some of that beef will release some liquids. Some beef juice will come out of the beef. And that will counterbalance the thickness of this sauce. All right. Okay, and I'm gonna move this over, get a better view over here. We cut up a lot of beef on this show. Look at that. That's a lot of beef. That's approximately 4 pounds. I was, you know, when the meat is not cut up, it doesn't look that big, but when you cut it up, it looks enormous. So I think we'll use just half of that, and I'll freeze the rest. Okay, so I'll turn on the stove. And we'll scoop about half of this in. And we're basically going to stir fry it with the Korean barbecue sauce. So that goes in there. All right. And I'm going to put this in the fridge, and I'm going to deal with it later, freeze it or something. And just put our gravy on top. Actually, I'm going to toss it a bit. I'm going to let it cook for a little bit. Okay. Well, I don't want you to be late for work. Kent0456 in the Twitch stream. That's so nice of you, though, for your continuous support overseas after you move so far away. That makes me really, really happy. So thanks for that. And while the beef is cooking, we're going to plate this pie. So I'm wondering, how do we, I know, I've got to flip it, wiggle it out, and then put it back on. So let's do that very, very, very carefully. Aw, thank you so much. Only if you can. I wouldn't want you to get into trouble. Hello, Nunez Benjamin. Welcome back to our stream. Okay. So I'm going to never done this before. I'm going to flip this pie over. A little worried. Okay, I got my gloves. Our pie's ready. But it's good to learn these tricks. Okay. Okay, so flipping it over. Okay. Now we have to slowly wiggle it out. I have a plastic utensil I can use to sort of poke the pie. We don't want to break the pie, but I wanted to really demonstrate that you can bake without having a proper baking pan and just using this takeout version. So I'm hoping that's doable. Okay, it's coming out. Yep, there we go. That's beautiful. It's not breaking so far. Hopefully it won't break. Oh, come on. Don't break. So one trick is definitely to put a lot of butter or margarine on the pan to prevent it from sticking. Okay, look at that. My upside down pie, and I'm excited. I used this disposable pan to do that. There is some crust that got stuck here. Maybe I just didn't, put enough butter or margarine there. But that's quite exciting that that worked out. So let's plate that nicely. Let's put that on this nicer plate. Okay. Okay, this is heavier. 1, 2. Okay, I can't drop it. 1. Okay. There. I'm so glad that worked out. So there you go. I used a regular aluminum pan for this. Okay. You can see the pie. It's a turkey pie. And I used the same crust recipe that I've been using for the last 2 weeks when I made apple pie last week and the Swiss nut tart last week. The only difference is, since this is not a dessert, the crust had no sugar in it. Okay? It only contains flour, butter, salt, and water. There's actually no egg either. Now we're going to go back to the beef. I'm just going to pour the sauce on it. Okay. going to add some nice chili oil and sesame oil and a bit of water because the sauce is very, very thick. So some, of course. And this is just extras. You don't need too much, and it's not necessary to have sesame oil. If you don't have sesame oil, your beef will still taste really delicious with your basic sugar, soy sauce, and garlic flavorings. Those are the 3 main ingredients for bulgogi sauce. The soy sauce and some chili because we like to add a bit of heat here. Okay. We're going to add some water and then mix it into the beef. Okay. So how did your competition go, choir member? Yeah. What solo is this? What instrument is that specifically? That sounds exciting. Yeah. Competitions are nerve-wracking though. Yeah. So I want to show you what that looks like so you have a sense of what's happening on the stove. I've got this dark, rich, see the little camera, dark, rich bulgogi sauce with lots of shredded or sliced up beef. And it's got a lot of rich color in there from the dark soy sauce. It's got the aromas from the onion and the garlic. We added sugar to give it a nice sweetness. It's got apple as well. And some wow butter, which is a peanut butter substitute to help with the flavoring. Okay. So we're going to cover that and put it on low. Then we're going to start plating for our mukbang. Okay. So if you're new on the YouTube chat, mukbang is social eating. It is a phenomenon in Korea where you have people eat while broadcasting. The broadcasters are called BJs, and they eat and they talk to their audience and viewers while they're eating. So we're going to do a sample of that. I'm not going to be as dramatic. On mukbangs, the casters tend to be very dramatic. They have really diverse personalities. I'm new to this, so I'm just going to try out this pie to let you know how this recipe turned out. So I've got my plate and knife. We're going to take a slice of pie. Okay. We have pie. You can see it in the camera, and the crust is fully baked. You can see it. How does that look? And to our viewer in YouTube, please let us know what country you're tuning in from. We're an international channel, and as you can see from the flags above the screen, we have had viewers from all these countries since the channel started in December. So welcome to our channel. Okay. So I'm going to try some of this turkey pie. That's really, really good. So we only used 1 chicken breast for 2 pies, but we actually have so much filling left that we can make a 3rd pie. So 1 chicken breast could actually make 3 pies. Because we had to balance the pie with some other flavors too, so that it's not only meat that you're biting into. We have peas, carrots, corn, and onion. We also added a bit of mashed potato to thicken the filling sauce. And that's delicious. It's really, really good. And we also used some juice from the turkey. So when this turkey was baked last week, a lot of juices were left over in the pan. And we saved those, we froze those. We scraped off the fat and we used it to flavor the filling. We used about 1.5 cups of the turkey juice, and that's enough for 3 pies. So a little bit of leftover turkey goes a long way to make the pie. So if you were to share 1 turkey breast with 2 people, you can instead use this turkey breast and make 3 pies and be able to share this pie with a lot of people. I would say around 5 to 8 people you can share this pie with, like 3 pies. And the pie crust is a basic recipe using flour, butter, salt, and water. It doesn't even contain egg. And we're so pleased that using this simple disposable aluminum pan, we were able to achieve this pie. You wouldn't have known that I didn't use a permanent baking pan. So that's really cool. So if you want to try this pie, but you don't think you'll make it a lot, you might make a pie once a month or maybe only a couple times per year. You don't need to buy a pan. Just use your takeout pan, which is perfectly fine for this. And that's quite nice to prevent clutter if you don't want to add more to your kitchen. If you just want to be more tidy and have less things. But this pie is really, really tasty. And I normally don't finish my food over mukbang. I usually take a couple bites. And then I say, I'm going to try the next thing. Because I'm afraid of eating so much in front of the viewers. But this is so good. I'm really impressed with this, how this turned out. I would say it's all about the crust. The filling isn't difficult. I used leftovers. I used leftover turkey. And I just simply added some vegetables to it. I also used leftover turkey juice from the pan. I also added some milk to help to make it into a sauce because it was very, very dry. But that's so good. Put that pie in front of you so you can see it and have a slice. Now I'm going to try some of the Korean bulgogi beef. And I want to show you how that turned out. It was very, very simple to make. While the pie took me quite a long time to prepare the crust and prepare the filling, I would say that this beef took me around less than half an hour to cut and also make the sauce. It's quite easy. And for the sauce, the major ingredients are soy sauce, sugar, and garlic, and everything else is extra. The extra ingredients were apple, onion, sesame oil, the wow butter, and chili oil. And that's it. So now I'm going to do our mukbang with the beef. Let me move that move that closer to you. That way, okay. Yeah. It has a nice sweet flavor from the sugar and the apples. Although you could replace apple with another fruit such as pear, or you can even omit the apple too. It will still taste really delicious because the sugar adds all the sweetness to it. And the soy sauce is nice and salty. The salty and the sweet go really, really well together. And the spiciness gives it a kick. And the wow butter or the peanut butter substitute gives it a nice, mild nutty flavor. There wasn't too much of that. Just 1 tablespoon added to that entire large pot, which was approximately just under 2 pounds of meat. So I'm not going to eat any more meat. I like it very much, but I like to balance with vegetables and sides as well. I don't like to eat too much meat at once, but I did want to mention before we end the stream that if you have any viewers' requests for foods, please do let us know. Please add us on your social media pages for Twitter or Facebook. For Twitter, it's it's Twitter Cook for Fun TV. Cook, the number 4, Fun TV. And for Facebook, it's also / cook, the number 4, Fun TV. And there you could interact with us, leave comments, let us know what you would like to have us prepare on the show. And we will enter your suggestion in a poll. So yesterday we had a poll and the viewers voted. We're going to have Thai food in the next couple of weeks. So thank you so much for joining our show. Thank you to our volunteers, our moderators in the Twitch channel for helping moving the channel along. All of you have the swords in front of your names, Nunez Benjamin, Death Vader, and earlier Pisara. Thank you so much. Thanks for helping, and I wish you all a really good night. We'll see you next time. We are moving to another kitchen next week, and we may have a stream. But if we're renting a truck, we might be a little bit busy to have a stream. We'll try our best, and we'll post on our channel regarding another show. It might be likely that we have to wait a couple of weeks and go ahead and do our viewer request stream for Thai food in the next couple of 2 weeks. But you will see updates, and you will see updates on this show. This show will be, we will take photos of the food and post it onto our social media links. So thanks again for joining, and keep in touch. Take care and have a good night. Thanks again. See you next time. Bye. Later. Bye. Thank you. I'm still here. We'll be in touch. Thanks so much for moderating. Okay, bye. Yeah, that was Winston.